Hello.
Good to see you, everyone. We got Bookie, we got Artemis, we got Tanmux, who decided to get in here before I even started streaming, of all things. Also, hi there, Omega. Omega, welcome, welcome. Another 3-stream streak going on with Omega. Lovely to see it. Lovely to see it. Let's have a look. Do I need these tabs? I don't need explicitly this tab open. I'll need to keep that window. Do I have any tabs that I'm leaving open by accident? No, I do not. Cool. Awesome. 59% bimbo rating. Nice. Nice. We love to see it. Good to see. Actually, I have all these tabs. Ding, dong. 39 issues maintained. That's good to see. That's good to see. There's that. I keep meaning to read this Ichi the Witch. Like, it's 80 chapters in so far, and I have not yet read it. There's so much I have not done. Ads over, I can hear you now. Excellent. You know what you could do, Bookie? You could always, like, get Twitch Turbo, so you never have to deal with advertisement ever again. You just simply need to be like, I can watch whoever I want. You're off to the La Family, so I can hear... So I can also hear you now. Nice. Yeah, so there's a manga that, like, I've had this tab, like, open for the longest time, because I have a show, like, I'm not one of, like, you know, I don't read a lot of books, I will be real with you, but what I read a shit ton of is manga. I have gone through the big three. So I've gone through, like, I'm still going through One Piece. I've gone through Bleach. I've gone through Naruto. I've gone through Dragon Ball Z. I've gone through something called Codebreaker. I've gone through, I dropped Air Gear and then Hunter x Hunter. Toriko. There are so many, like, mangas that I've read, and more often than not, if there's a good anime and then I learn that there's a manga and I don't want to wait for the next season, I will just read the manga in its entirety, and then I'm like, I'm satisfied. I never have to pick up the anime ever again, which is what I did with Jujutsu Kaisen. It's what I did with Delicious in Dungeon. Although I will be real with you, I kind of want to get back into Delicious in Dungeon when the dubs are released and what have you, because, you know, it's got Pro ZD as the dwarf, it's got What's-A-Mahoozy from Smosh. Good stuff. Absolutely recommend Delicious in Dungeon. Because what's more is we need to have more anime that's doing fantasy without it just devolving into, oh, this person has been reincarnated into another world. I don't care. You don't need to give me a deconstruction of the fantasy by invoking oh, they came from another world, hence why they're able to do this bullshit. Give me Delicious in Dungeon where you're just sort of like, hey, these people just live in the universe. And they were just like, huh, what if we, like, ate the animals what if we ate the monsters that we defeated and such? And so you get some really good stuff like that. Looks good. So yeah. But yeah, so Ichi the Witch, I really do want to read. And it's like, if I don't read it soon, I feel like I'm going to, like, you know, have a lot of catching up to do. So there's that. Phantom Busters is another one. There's a new manga that's being released or something like that. I'm not 100% behind it yet of whether I want to continue reading it, where it's like, you know, the Demon Lord, it's a reverse isekai where the Demon Lord from a fantasy world comes into our world and is stuck in, like, a high school or something like that. So, yeah. There's all sorts. There's all sorts of movies, TV shows, and manga that I want to catch up on, but when working a full-time job, like working today, I barely have the time to, like, you know, get and do it, because then, you know, I gotta go into streaming for all of you lovely viewers. Hi, lovely viewers. I forgot to get myself a can of soda. Hang on a second. I need to go get my can of soda. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be properly awake. Alright. I know it's cheaper getting bottles of soda. I know it's cheaper getting, hey, Artemis, I know it's cheaper getting bottles of soda and what have you when it comes to the whole, you know, like dollar per liter thing. But, you know, when I'm on stream and what have you, number one, I don't want to, you know, deal with the, oh, hang on. Someone's trying to do a fishing, but it's not working. Why is the fishing not working? Huh, okay. I need to re-authenticate for whatever reason. You can now close this window. Fish. And we're doing it for Serpentine. You walked away. You should have expected the shirt to go. Is that the trick? Anytime I walk away, the shirt is... Ah, there we go. Oh, okay. Danny is getting a free fishing. But yeah, as I was saying, I like getting them in cans because the benefit of me getting them as a can is that I'm able to then do the fun, like, you know, cracking open a cold one with the boys kind of sound. It's fantastic. Highly recommend. So, tuna, yay. Congratulations, Danny, on getting the tuna. Let me stop dancing. Also, actually, I'll do this so Artemis can oogle. Oh, look, I'm drinking out of a soda can as well. There we go. Hopefully she enjoys the oogling. Oogling and yodeling. There we go. But yeah, so very much prefer cans for cracking open for like the sound and what have you, even though it would be cheaper getting a bottle. But then also at the same time, if you give me a bottle of Coke, whether it's, you know, 600 mils or 200 or 2,000 mils, I'm probably going to drink the entire thing in one sitting. I am one of those... Thank you, needed that. The skin is trying to kill me. Ugh. Don't you hate it when skin is trying to kill you? Where's my brain? Oh yeah. Like, you know, I'm one of those kind, like, if I wasn't a hyper muscular Zeebs as my fursona, I would be like a bear or a Snorlax or something like that. Because if you put food in front of me, I am most likely going to eat all of it. If you put a drink in front of me, I'm probably going to try and drink the entire, like, receptacle. I'm not one of those kinds of people that can do the, like, you know how there's that friend where they're like, ah, yes, let me get myself a sandwich. And then they're leaving the crust, or maybe they don't eat the entire sandwich, so they cut it in half and they leave spare. Unless my stomach is fit to bursting, I'm not about to, you know, miss that. I'm not gonna duck a meal. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna, like, you know, be bested by the portions. My stomachs will be as big as my eyes. Which is, you know, really unfortunate because it got me to, like, you know, the weight that I was and then going on to a shakes diet and what have you. But I'm doing better. Yay. And then I hang out with Artemis and we go do fun things together. And I'm just sort of like, ooh, you know, maybe I could go for this bowl of chips, or maybe I do deserve a little treat of cake. Maybe I can eat an entire kilogram of chips. But thankfully, I've not yet devolved back down into getting an entire kilogram of potato chips and cooking them in the oven. Number one, because the oven's broken right now, and I'm waiting for it to be repaired. But number two, I don't want to go for, like, you know, only a tray of chips. I ate almost the whole cake that I was supposed to share. I know. Whoa, Soylent Orange. Wait, following me again? What happened there? That's odd. Interesting. I thought you were already following me, but yeah, okay. But yeah, almost ate the whole, like, here's the thing, is that you need to, like, I tried to be good. I will be real with you, Artemis. I tried to be good. I swear I was following you already. Maybe Twitch is being really weird, and they're like, yes, this Soylent Orange sounds like a bot. Apparently, Tom Clancy, or what, Dan Clancy, sorry. One slice less. Hey, honey, do you want any? That's essentially how it was, bestest boy. I don't think you understand just, like, how crazy it was. Like, I literally, like, basically the crust was left of the cake. Hey, so, like, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, chat. if I wasn't already like eating a lot of nonsense, I would most likely have eaten the cake myself. And you had ice cream, and if I had any more than I did, it would have been bad. Yeah. We're one of those things where there's some aspects of us that we are bringing out the best. Like, I am finally, like, you know, hanging out, being more social, and trying to get connections going and what have you. Like that, like, you're bringing out the best in me, but then you're also bringing out the worst in me, where I'm just sort of like, oh yes, 2 kilograms of pasta bake is totally fine. Yes, let me feed you this. Let me have this cake. Having the cake and eating it too. We're bringing out the social in both of us. Yeah, exactly. It's fantastic. I love it. I love you. So, oh shit, where was my... So yeah, one of the things it's very tempting to get is when we get the new oven or something like that in my apartment and what have you. It was at least 2.5 kilos, thank you. I'm Italian, none of this small pasta bake bullshit. Oh, I'm sorry. 500 grams off of the normal Italian portion. You'd break my back like I break spaghetti. Actually, I don't break spaghetti anymore. Blue, I can't remember the context, but like I can't remember the context. I think it was like, I think I was baiting someone. I was either baiting someone or it was a thing that I knew was wrong and I said it anyway. Which was like I broke, like you can break the pasta to fit in the pot or something like that. And that was very much a, you do not do this. So yeah. Oh, actually, what the hell? Yeah, right foot is weirdly itchy. Why in the world? Ugh. Okay, maybe not scratch the foot. I'm gonna try not scratching the foot. But yeah, so so when I get the new oven and well, actually it's a new stove. But the stove and the oven is like the same thing in Australia. Like we have like a 1-unit thingy-majiggy for the stove and the oven in some of these apartments. Have you ever heard the lesbian spaghetti joke? No. Although I will be real with you, like seeing the phrase lesbian spaghetti does make me feel like I should have heard this before. Is it like, is it the counter phrase that people give when, you know, for instance, me, GrantZeebs, a straight furry, I'm like, hey, I'm straight. And then the gay furry at the fur con's like, that's what spaghetti says until it gets hot. Is it one of those kinds of one-liners where someone's, you know, trying to, you know, break the sexuality and being like, oh yeah, spaghetti is straight until you get it wet or something, or whatever it is? Or have I skipped the punchline for you, Soylent? So is spaghetti until it's hot and wet. Yeah, heard it. I heard it all before. Definitely was something I've heard before then. But yeah, once I get the stove oven replaced and such like that, I am probably going to look into, you know, getting myself like a nice like oven, like a fan force oven basket thing. Like I want to get one of these like like, you know how, like, because here's the thing. I love French fries, okay? I love, or chips, or, you know, whatever you want to, or potato chips, or, you know, fried potato chip, whatever you want to call it. Point is, I love them. I would definitely want to, you know, make some in the house. But the bag of chips you get from the grocery store are always like, you know, an entire kilogram or something like that. And all the instructions, whether you're air frying it or if you're putting them in the oven, they all say the same thing. You put only a layer down on like a pan or something like that. You only do a layer in order to keep it crispy and what have you, and then you do, like, you know, you have to flip it over and all that kind of nonsense because it's in a pan. I want to get a basket for the chips. So then that way, all the heat and all the air goes all across it, so it's crispy without you needing to, like, you know, shove your hands in and flip it and getting your fingies burnt off and such. I want the convenience of, I buy a kilogram of potato chip, I get my basket, I rip open, and I'm cooking an entire kilogram of potato chip. I very much would like to try and do that rather than being like, ooh, hang on, let me just, you know, do a delicate cut and get like maybe half or a third of the portion. Because guess what? Like it's gonna be like the hot dog buns and the hot dogs, okay? I'm one of those weird people where it's like, you know, if I'm buying 8 hot dogs, I want 8 hot dog buns. Don't give me 12 hot dog buns. I don't want to have to do like the weird, you know, math thingy-majiggy of, but if I go for, you know, this many hot dogs, then I can go, like, you know, if I buy X number of hot dogs times, then I can buy X number of hot dog bun times, and then that way it's 1 hot dog to a hot dog bun. We got an air fryer that has the rotating basket, but we strangely never use it. Look, fair enough. My old housemates, like, they tried gifting me an air fryer in order for me to leave my fridge with them. I'm sorry, but a cheap air fryer is not gonna have me get rid of a refrigerator that cost me $1,000, okay? And guess what? Most refrigerators all function with like the same sort of like rating and cost, okay? So there isn't a benefit in me getting a refrigerator that is smaller. It's going to cost me the same on electricity than the current refrigerator I have, where it has the freezer on the top and the refrigerator down below. I'm already utilizing a relatively, you know, economic refrigerator. It just looks a little big. So, yeah. Also, because I did the housewarming at my place, there is a very strong urge to, like, do more potlucks and such. Especially ever since I've learned that, like, one of my friends, who I thought would be very far away, turns out to be very close. So, there's going to be so yeah, so ever since I heard that, I'm like, maybe this potluck thing might be a good idea. And I invite like select number of people and I say, I need you to bring someone and I need you to bring a friend. Making chips is fun. Yeah. More potlucks, more cooking, can try new recipes. That too. I actually have a recipe book that I need to get through at some point. It's like Sanji's One Piece cooking book. You might have already seen it on the bookshelf, Artemis, but I have a cookbook where it's like One Piece related dishes and what have you. Granted, it's going to be a lot of fish. I don't know how good that's going to work out because despite Australia being a coastal kind of country, fish is expensive here. Unless you go for like a really cheap cut. I don't know. It's been a while. You missed it, but am now curious. Yeah, I don't have that many cookbooks. I am not like, I'm one of those people where I don't cook for myself. I'm a weird zebra in that way. Like, will I cook for a group of people? Oh, absolutely. I feel like it's important to know how to cook, but not because I want to cook for myself. Purely economically speaking, if you want to save money on, like, food, you either go for, like, you know, cooked rice and tuna and just, you know, deal with that at work, or diet shakes. But when it comes to inviting friends over, excuse me while I spend $80 for a 4-hour experience. So yeah, I'm weird that way. But yeah, I like cooking for other people. Do I like cooking for myself? No. This is why I make bulk foods that freeze well. Yeah, and like, I don't. Like, I very much like the idea of whatever I cook has to be done in the one meal. But yeah, also, I did a little bit of offline grinding. So I've gone into this thing here, the training module, and I've gone through everything but like the last 2 challenges, because these are really fucking difficult, and plus I have all these that I need to unlock from the central port and what have you, which means I have unlocked this cool power armor. I don't like the slitted thingy-majiggy on the mask, but I do like the fact that it's blue. I'm blue, da boo dee da boo da, da boo dee da boo da, da boo dee da boo da. Also, one of the things I did is I was able to get another, like, Earth memory thingy-majiggies. Thank you so much, Squeeze. All right. Oh, we get her a swing. Nice. I didn't see what it was. I got her. Hello there. All right, we got a cabin coin for our troubles. Hell yeah!
Play, nap, and play some more. Camping is so much fun.
Go onto the swing. Oh, let's see. Oh shit. Let's see how she do. Let's see how she do.
I never thought swinging would be this fun.
Oh, nice. Oh, I can't go up there?
Can I jump off this thing?
I thought I could go. I thought I could walk up and help her.
And higher.
I thought I could like go up there and like push the swing for her and such like that. Actually, I wonder, is she gonna like try and do a loop-de-loop is the question, or is she just gonna be content with like, you know, small swings left and right? Let's see. Let's see. Nah. She's just having fun on her swing. Alrighty. Day 2, digging begins. Getting someone to open up isn't rocket science. Each and every one of us carries a secret which we're dying to spill. But the real prize is the innocent ones, the kind-hearted, soft-spoken types who wouldn't hurt a fly. They're the ones who end up confessing their wildest secrets. This is where I come in. Glad I brought that occult magazine with my article in it. Always a good conversation starter. And as usual, they always take the bait. Print media is pretty rare these days. A third-rate rag full of sketchy headlines and sensational BS, but around here, even that counts as decent entertainment. Some of the staff still cared about the Cradle's public image, but truth is, the buzz died down a long time ago. These days, people just see it as a passion project picked up by some indulgent corporation, a company still recovering from a failed government venture, chasing a dream that won't ever turn a profit. When I told them that, some of them actually looked pleased with themselves. I don't get these brainiac types. To be brutally honest, the food here kind of sucks. And don't get me started on that chicken platter. They can try to imitate the flavor all they want, but in the end, it'll always be synthetic trash. These people have been shoveling this crap down their pie holes for 2 years now? Guess living on the moon really does screw with your standards. Count me out. But, I gotta say, the artificial wine isn't too bad. Gets the job done, at least. It's go time! The Terra Dome. At first glance, there were fewer people around than I expected. The intel I had suggested there should be at least twice the number of people here. Let me poke around and see what I can figure out. From what I could gather, seems like the staff here are being reassigned. They're testing out a new management AI, and once it's implemented, has been finalized, the facility will be nearly fully automated. AI, huh? Yeah, sure, it does what it should, efficiency and all that, but the overly polite way of talking rubs me the wrong way. Feels like I'm being talked down to. I've been having a closer look at the tram map, trying to sniff out my next lead, and I noticed something strange. Another tram line that's unmarked. I don't think I'm being overly suspicious. No name, no explanation, and yet it stretches across the lunar plane beyond the viewpoint. Fort, I can't help but wonder where it leads.
That's it. I'm gonna spit in your mouth.
Hi there, Blue. Welcome, welcome. My game of the year is finally releasing on the 29th. Mina Hollower, a mix of Castlevania and an old-style Zelda made by the creators of Shovel Knight. Nice! Right now, I'm going through Pragmata right now, which is probably going to be a contender for Game of the Year already. I'm just going through some of the Cradle infiltration logs before we go further into the game, because I feel like we're really close to the end. Can't help but wonder where it leads, and why. Maintenance, perhaps? I asked around a bit, but none of the staff knew anything about it. Whether they were telling the truth or not, that's a different story. I think I get what's going on here. A biometric ID is required to set a tram destination. But unless you've got special clearance, that hidden sector won't even show up. So basically, it's a tram line reserved for the big shots. I bet you know who is using it. Now, this is my kind of challenge. Let's see how far I can get without being noticed. The next ship back to Earth doesn't arrive for another 2 weeks. I still have plenty of time. Okay, change of plans. The sourcing can wait. I've decided to focus on the facility itself. I'll check every inch of this place. Staff tunnels, storage, maintenance ducts, you name it. There has to be something I missed. I just need to be careful. The last thing I need is to bring attention to myself, having my legs hanging out from an air duct. Having my airs hanging out from an air duct. I believe it's in my best interest to search the staff's private corridors as thoroughly as possible. A few folks here have invited me back to their rooms, but I can't exactly go rummaging through their belongings right in front of them. I'll look into forging a biometric tag. With any luck, that'll bypass the locks. Alright, it worked. The tag's copied and loaded. Now I can go and come as I please. I've snuck into the room of a Terradome worker. Let's see. What little treasure might be tucked away in here? Well, would you look at that? A tablet and a draft email, no less. Experimental pragmatics access is currently restricted. Request to lift the restriction is underway. Experimental pragmatics? Funny, I don't find that listed on the tram map. Well, I'll be damned. So this is where that unmarked tram line leads. I'll chat with some staff later and try to figure out what's really going on here. Okay, so they've probably found the they've probably found the cookie for Night Sky. Use your cookie, Night Sky. Blah, blah, where's my brain? So they've obviously found like the Pragmata the tram line that we had to, you know, rescue or save Diana and get her like Pragmata repaired. Who the fuck is Henry? And why does Henry's shoe end up in my lake? Excuse me. Wait, did you do it twice then, Night Sky? Logged in as Z. Okay. Hang on. Log out. Yep. And then we log back in. Because it looked like it was doing it double, weirdly enough. You did a cooking and then a fishing, but for whatever reason it like did it twice. But yeah, so it looks like they found the Pragmata thing that we went to in the previous stream. Whoop. I'll chat with some staff later and try to figure out what's really going on here. It turns out the Terradome worker whose tablet I checked never came back to their room last night. Guess everyone's favorite overtime shift is to blame. No big deal. I left a note on their door. Hopefully they'll see it when they return. Please be advised that Edis will begin regular operations starting at 10 a.m. today. Wonder what that announcement was about. Maybe it's related to the new management AI that they were testing. Great. Just what I need. A new AI breathing down my back. Hopefully this won't cause me any headaches. Better play it safe, keep my files on a physical drive, and carry it with me. Worst case scenarios, the files are flagged and confiscated, and all my work goes down the drain. Shit, I messed up. While poking around, I accidentally broke one of the replicators in the commons area. The power was off, so I plugged it in, but my dumbass left the power diagnostic meter connected. You could probably guess, but it shorted out and fried the emitter to a crisp. I'm lucky no one saw me. Guess I'll just have to use the terminal in the shelter. Had a word with someone who knows how security works around here. Turns out, Edis is eavesdropping, analyzing every single conversation Cradle staff have. Every single one. Where they are, what they're talking about, Edis logs it all. Even generates a holographic recording of each interaction. Well, that's just great. Guess I'd better watch what I say. Last thing I need is a penalty for saying the wrong thing. You've already started sketching pattern pieces for their made out. Yeah, Blue. This is what happens. This is what happens when you make a good impression. You and Jack and the whole shamboozle, you did a good impression. And now she's got plans. And you have floated over to her in your previous stream how the maid outfit you had wasn't a good maid outfit. And now she's having ideas. She's having thoughts. Oh, God, listen to me. I sound like I'm from fucking, I sound like I'm from the Handmaid's Tales, like one of the men, where I'm just like, oh, this woman, I tell you, Blue, this woman, they're beginning to have thoughts. Women in Gilead are having thoughts and ideas. They might start using skilled labor. I worked in and worked as a cast member at Disney. I have charisma. Why were you being charismatic to my girlfriend? Can't you just have, you know, normal skills? You sound like I'm not making tutor outfits for you. You are, and I very much appreciate it. I was just remarking on like a little thingamadiggy. I was just remarking on like the weirdness of how I sounded with like, you know, the whole like, you know, yes, this is what happens, Blue. You gave her ideas. You gave her, she has plans and such like that. Just read a comic of the Shelter Queen.
I don't care what gender you
Blue,
are.
not
Put on the maid outfit.
Not the maid outfit. Maybe I should keep my files offline until I get back to Earth. Just in case. Or should I go old school with pen and paper? Honestly, might be the best option I've got. It's my 6th day on the cradle, and to be honest, things haven't gotten as smoothly as I'd hoped. Still haven't heard back from that worker, the one I left a note for. I swung by their room to follow up, but they weren't there. I swung, thinking that was odd. I asked some folks nearby. They said there have been some recent reassignments, but no one's really looked into the details. Looks like they don't give a damn about their own co-workers, do they? Situation's looking grim, possibly at a standstill, and still no news about experimental pragmatics. Maybe I should go back and reread some emails. Perhaps I missed something. I'm not mad at the maid outfit either. Also, do I have it that when I'm in the maid outfit that the shirt, like, thingy-majiggy disappears? Because it doesn't need to do that anymore. Nope, you can still steal the shirt. Radio. I should ask you to make a gay grilled cheese. What's the difference between a normal... How is it different from a normal grilled cheese, then? Think. Alright. Situation looking grim. Possibly a stand. Maybe a... here we go. Took me 2 frickin' hours. I thought I hit a dead end until I found something. Someone referred to as Employee F had opposed the rollout of the management AI. Employee F, huh? They didn't show up on any of the logs I checked. Could be because of their ties to experimental pragmatics? Oh, how fate loves to toy with me. Another dead end. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Yo, what the hell is this? Out of nowhere, my press pass got cut short. Now I've only got 3 days before my return flight to Earth. This ain't right. I'm starting to suspect the new AI's onto me. Did they find out I've been snooping around and then this is their way of cutting me out? Unbelievable. You can't get rid of me. I'm just getting started. I just know I'll meet them soon. And then there are only 3 logs left. Alright. Change you to you, change you to you. And then, so you're boost mode. And then we got new weapons, stasis net and sticky bombs. I personally love.
Thank you for the hyper himbo, Sir Dragon. I greatly appreciate it. Ow! How dare you? The last shot of non-permanent units deals 50% more damage, reduces damage received by 20% 20 after using repair cartridge. Nice! Alrighty. And I'm doing that for the Luminite. I can't really put on any more hacks, so we're gonna be riding the train to Central Port. Let's go!
You ready to do this?
I want to stop her, but I can't believe she's acting this way. We're both pragmata, so there's got to be a way to get along, right?
Pragmata or not, doesn't mean she'll listen to what you've got to say.
I just don't want to hurt her.
We'll see what we can do.
Well, so long as she tries not to hurt us, I suppose. But if she's gonna hurt us, then we might have to hurt her, okay? A view and a half in the maid outfit? Yeah, because someone decided to bonk me on the head!
Transport's somewhere in here, right?
Right. Along with 8.
Ow! No, Sir Dragon!
All cleaned up.
Nice.
So this is where all the dead filament's going, huh?
We gotta stop her.
Damn right. Let's move.
Get in close. Get right out, Bob.
That works on bots too, huh?
Yep. I'm stronger now.
Dang, look at you go.
Nice. They're gonna have a little, like, hissy fit. I'm gonna leave them to, like... Actually, you know what? Fuck it.
It's my turn. It's over.
We can ride this freighter.
Yeah, but it looks like there's, like, loading things here, so I feel like we're gonna fight someone when we do. Alright. Alrighty.
Wonder why 8 wants to take that stuff to the Earth.
Who knows?
Doesn't matter. If it gets loose, it'd be a total disaster.
Yeah, that's all the dead Luna filament that we're gonna need to stop.
And that's why we're gonna stop her.
Ah, of course they lock it.
Look out! This glacier is moving up! Fight! Fight! Overdrive protocol activated.
It's on now. Take this.
There we go.
Move, you!
Take this.
Yeah! There we go. Love the fun combat. Didn't even have to use the shockwave thingamadiggy.
Hey,
Okay.
Diana. don't count on 8 hearing you out anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, whatever happens, don't hold back.
And we got ourselves our, like, hacking overdrive, like, fully thinged. So rather than just freezing people, we'll also be able to delete them now, thanks to Diana's upgrades.
Right on!
Jump, Hugh! Here it comes! Look out!
Stop skittering around!
Ow.
Stasis mine! Incoming! Look out!
Blue Foxy Nicey
There
Icy
we go.
paid me to say you must fly through 1 gold ring to reach Dinosaur Planet.
What the fuck is Dinosaur Planet? I have never heard of such a place before.
Picking up a map close by.
Any idea what it does?
Come on, we'll know when we get there.
Ooh. Notice, cargo bound for Earth must undergo inspection and be delivered to the designated warehouse with a proper permit attached. Additionally, anyone returning to Earth must receive a vital signs check at the central port before meeting the shuttle crew. Nice, will do.
8 is planning to send dead filament to Earth as shuttle cargo.
She's trying to use the transport?
Yeah. And if she succeeds, we're out of a ride.
Uh-oh.
Be careful! It's infected with death filament!
This crap again?
Cleanse as the any dead when corrupted or with all disappear or press. Yep, cool, awesome.
That walker is acting weird. Be careful! Cleansing! Shoot now!
There we go.
Getting close! Move, Hugh! Yay! Overdrive protocol at the ready.
Nice.
We need to cleanse them!
Get some!
Alright, cool. So that's them out of the way. But how do I get up to that? Because I was trying to, and then I got stuck in the cutscene. Data show. Oh, yeah, that's to do the full. There we go. Made it. Alright. The Earth memory gives us... Ooh, a lovely parasol. Oop, shit.
Look out!
I owe you.
Let's keep things up.
How you like this? Check. Take this.
Alright, let's see. Is that enough to break him? Almost. Now that did it. Alright, cool. And I didn't lose any health from that, which is also a positive.
There we go. Wee. Plenty of upgrade components. Alright, let's get an offensive weapon. Hey, I always love getting shock. I feel like the shockwave gun is like my favorite. It's just such a simple, it's such a simple one.
Charging! We fight for a cleanup. That walker's gonna burn. Give me a sec. What? Overdrive protocol activated. Move, you! Careful, they're hot! You!
There we go.
Back to normal!
Back up!
That walker's gonna burn!
Take this!
Go.
Look out! Give me a sec!
There we go. Love the combat, honestly, and it works well as a controller.
Coming right for us. What's on top of its head?
That bright yellow thing isn't core! Quick, shoot it! Or the corruption will keep spreading!
One broken core coming up.
Ugh, the corruption's back!
Cleanse it for me, will ya?
Get ready, there's its core!
I'll take care of it. All right. That's one core down.
Keep it up, you! You! No!
Take this!
Did it. Gonna be. That was honestly tough. So.
Welcome to Central Moldova.
Under the right conditions, that filament will coact with its subject. This won't be nearly enough. I'll need more. Much more.
What in the shit?
More to cause a global chain reaction.
Global chain reaction?
Also, I missed a mod. Oh, right. It was right there.
It's trying to hide. Charging.
Damn it! I forgot. If she was saying it's trying to hide, I probably need to be cautious about this thing.
How about this? Yay! Overdrive protocol activated.
So take this!
And that should overloaded it, which it did. All right, now I can get the mod. Untapped potential. For 15 seconds, hacking node usage increases attacks by 10% and damage taken is reduced by 10. Okay.
Use that with hacking nodes, Hugh.
What 15 seconds, though? That didn't really explain to me.
Did you see it?
What, your message about the gold ring or something else? Because I picked up the mod. It just didn't explain unless... No, I can't see the mod from there. Yeah, I can't pick up new mods. I can't, like, read new mods. Yeah. Bump. Oop. Tahao from Izamu. I peeked at Jacob's terminal the other day, and it looks like the higher-ups are worried about some kind of black substance. I couldn't make out all the details, but I did catch fragments. It apparently dissolves organic matter and something about potential nationwide impact? In other words, a dangerous black substance has been found that Dr. Higgins can't even handle, and it's bad enough to melt the entire new US. No way. Right? Maybe I've just been playing too many survival horror games. Nope, that is the right reaction. It's like, you know, bit of a problem. And what's more is the world, you know, canonically speaking, has not had a really good... It's called oil? No. This isn't eating organic material. This is far worse.
She's using dead filament to destroy the Earth.
Yeah, not for that. Sure, Earth has its problems, but I don't exactly want to have it destroyed.
Designated payload is at 70%.
All right.
You, look.
That black stuff. That's all dead filament?
Yep.
Must have come in from all over the cradle.
That much crap ever reaches Earth. Game over.
Hey,
Well, we're not gonna let that happen.
you'll be there too?
You bet.
You're currently trying to start out your stream start post for tomorrow. Ah, okay. Cause yeah, you're gonna be doing a
So we
an affiliate anniversary, aren't you?
shot to the orbital elevator, is it?
Looks like we'll have to go through that building.
Ooh, hello. Red key, thank you very much.
Now we can enter a red zone.
And more training data.
Training seems to be back.
All right, let's have a look. This sector manages priority projects associated with proposals submitted to Earth HQ. Due to the sensitive nature of these projects, all access is continuously logged. Attention. For entry to the Luna Filament Lab, obtain clearance via the Secretary's office.
Should we take a break?
I do have upgrades, so it's best to return to the shelter now. Replenish all of our nonsense. You are old. So old. So am I. I flinch when I hear people younger than me having children.
You okay?
I'm good, Diana.
It's okay. Must be hard controlling that much dead filament.
Yep. Let me give you a parasol. Oh yeah! Artemis's birthday is coming up. I could be exploiting my viewers by adding GIF ideas for Artemis onto my throne, and then utilizing those as gifts that I give to her.
What a big umbrella.
Delightfully devilish Seymour.
Hold this with one hand.
Oh, look at that! It's even in the umbrella colors as well, like the Umbrella Corporation.
Real ocean has fishies in it, right?
Yep. Oh my god, she gets hot dogs as well. Look! Hot dogs! Chat, hot dogs!
A parasol is basically a roof, but underneath it feels like my own little space.
I know what you mean. It's like a cozy home with no walls.
Right? If you get tired, you can rest under the parasol too.
Thanks. I'll bring a cooler packed with some drinks when I do.
Hmm.
Hey, can you cleanse plants and living things like you do with bots?
It won't work on them. On humans, it'd wipe out the whole infected area, not just the dead filament. And if a body gets hurt too bad, it'll die, right?
Hmm.
But for bots,
I'll be happy when I get started on your barbecue play and you get a table outside. Korean barbecue outside and be happy. If I had a proper backyard, like some weird, like Australian homeowner, I probably would do the same sort of thing. Like, just have an eating area.
Have you ever been swimming?
nope, never.
Huh. Wonder if there's an upgrade for that.
I don't know, but I can try learning.
I see. Well, don't worry. Stay close to the shore at first. And remember, if it ever feels like you can't handle it, no shame in turning back.
Okay. Thanks, Hugh.
Look at her. Got no cares in the world. God, wish that were me. Why did I waste my youth? Alright, so we can increase our defense and our HP, but I'm gonna go with hacking damage and such. That's gonna be a lot better. Excuse me. I'm gonna keep to the pulse carbine, honestly. And then this one here, we've completed the drones, but we haven't yet completed the shockwave, which I'm very much a fan of. Ah, so close, yet so far. In the end. Alright, let's see.
New training.
Yep.
Data has arrived.
Alright.
Sure to give it a try.
The Walker family. Using... So defeat everything in 150 seconds. Deal damage using... Oh, wait, no, I tried doing this one and I didn't do very well on this. This locksmithing is really hard. Survive lasers for 40 seconds without taking damage. Let's see how we do. Hi there, Miss Sonic. We're doing all right. You're not that old. My dad was older than you are now. All right. Ding. Donk. Ow. Already getting hit. Let me fix that. Data girl. Yeah, it's data girl. Alrighty. Damn it. I jumped too much. Alright, here we go. So, how many? 5. Oh, that was a close one. Ow! God damn it! I almost got it as well. So many of my coworkers are married. The older ones, understandably, the other ones are like 25. Oh my gosh, how can they do that to themselves? Ah! I don't know how everyone at work gets married, Blue. Maybe it's one of those cheat sheets that people somehow got the memo where it's like, ah, yes, if you get married, we make life like cheaper. Maybe it's one of those kinds of hacks. Damn it. Hi there, Velk. Damn it. How's it going, Velk? Hopefully it's going well. You're assuming arranged marriages? Yep. Maybe that's how it is. Damn it, I did not time that correctly. I won't be here on Sunday to do the Diablo stream. I gotta head to the hospital. Oh no! I'm so sorry to hear that. Hopefully you'll be good though. Hopefully the hospital trip isn't like, you know, too disastrous or anything like that for you, Velk. Nah, I didn't have the jump view. They're just cauterizing the wound. It's fine. Oh, okay. Okay. Ow. Motherfucker. Maybe I should try going in from the to the left. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, so it is like a delay thingy-majiggy I should be dealing with then. Alright, here we go. Nope, that doesn't do it, because I need way more juice in order to jump over that thing. You're gonna hear this opener like so many times. Damn it! I was so close! You do like how Monster Hunter is the game where we go when we need to work together to kill something because we want to fight something. Good. It is fun game. I will be real with you. See, this is my biggest pet peeve is trying to deal with that particular laser. Because I want to try and get this right. I want to try and get it right completely on the first try. Or not on the first try, but I want to try and get everything correct on like, you know, all in one. There we go. No deaths. Did it for the 40 seconds, collected all the data signals, and did it without taking damage. That last second was rude, but we got through it. It's fine. The expert locksmithing is probably going to be the most annoying one to deal with, unless we can do like auto hacking, which I doubt. Heat up, cool down. Obviously wants me to like, you know, try and, you know, get people getting heated up to do that. Round and round? How is this a 2-star difficulty? Reach the target area without taking damage and destroy all the storage boxes. Okay. Let's see how we do with this one. Alright, here we... Okay, so we got lasers to deal with. Alright, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Whoop. Jesus! Come on! Oh, no! Oh, thank goodness. Alright, shit. There we go. I don't know how I'm gonna be able to get the other, what's-mahoozy thing, so we'll have to keep an eye out. Ow. Okay, so there is only one way to get to that thing then. Alrighty then. I need to, like, aim a lot better. Three, two, one. There we go. All right. And then nothing up here. So there's a fourth box somewhere. Ow. That was my screw up. Damn it. If I didn't miss that first shot, I would have been good. No. Once again, I'm missing the first shot. I can't be missing shots. They are static boxes. There we go. 1, 2, 3. And I need to wait for this thing to come back, which means I'm losing precious seconds when I do that. I probably could have, like, jumped onto this thing and then done the lasers. Now the question is where's the next box? Because there you are. Come on. Come on. 10, 9, 8, 7. There we go. I'm glad it didn't have a challenge to make me try and do that faster, because I would not have succeeded. Because there's a lot of times I have to be like, oh, I gotta wait for a box to come back. And then there's 1, 2, 3. So there's 3, 4, 5. So there's 6. So 6 challenges left. All 6 of them give us a cabin coin. And we've got 4 right now. So we can do 1, 2. Yeah, so let's do 1. Giving infiltration dog day 7. Extends the fast moves timing window by 20%. Nice. Cool, cool. Giving us a hacking node that manipulates enemy processes. Chaining the hacking matrix adds bonus damage based on consecutive nodes used. Passing through multiple nodes of the same type strengthens its effect. Okay. Ah, okay, okay. So that particular thing, like when it gets what's-a-mahoozies. Okay, okay. I kind of understand what it's doing now. And we got ourselves more upgrade nodes, which means we can upgrade our girl. Nice work, Diana. You're gonna be so powerful like you wouldn't believe. Also, it means we also have a new infiltration log. Day 7, a transmission from F. Only two full days remain until I can kiss my press pass goodbye. I need to make every moment count because I can't go home without meeting him. If I fail now, then what was the point of any of this? Well, look at that. Got a ping on my terminal. Now, who the hell is trying to reach me? Holy cannoli, I've still got it. That was cutting it close for me, but I knew luck would come through for me. The transmission? It's from Employee F. That's right. The one who raised an eyebrow about the whole AI rollout. And get this, the signal was routed from experimental pragmatics. I'm so close. I can almost taste it. Okay, time for the rundown. Our pal, Mr. F, caught wind that a reporter, yours truly, had been sniffing around the cradle. And now he's got a request. Just like I figured. The guy's no fan of the new AI system. He works in experimental pragmatics, some kind of technician. Now that the AI is being shoved into service, he's trying to get off this dumb rock. Can't say I blame him. He's asking for help with his exit. Apparently, technicians aren't free to come go as they please. Naturally, I proposed a deal. I told him, if he wants my help, he'd better cough off everything he knows about that damn lab he works in. He was pussyfooting at first, but I pushed harder. I said straight to him, tell me everything you know about Dr. Neil Higgins. Seems like I struck a nerve. Bingo, baby! The man I've been after since day one has been hiding just where I thought. Mr. F kept quiet, but the truth was plain as day. He's sitting on a secret that he's been dying to spill. Like a rat in a cage. No way out. He asked for some time to mull it over. Give me a day, he said. I'm betting he'll come through. After all, the return flight's in just 2 days, and everything, I mean everything, is on the line. Cool secrets. I can't wait to read more. Dink. Alright. So we got new mods. So, I'm kind of curious about this one. 30 seconds of critical shot damage pressed nearby enemies. I'm gonna swap this one out. Because I don't want more Luna filament at this point. Alright. Shockwave gun goes into you. And then we have a new upgrade thingy-majiggy. The chaining node. So we can have a maximum of 5 of these. And we got hybrid mode. Generates equally when hacking enemies that are exposed, increasing damage, and extends open durations. I like the overheating more. Alright, central port. Heading back into the research sector now. So yeah, I like Monster Hunter 2, Blue. Lord knows I always ask you for help.
The heck? Blocked.
I can't cleanse this.
Let's circle around.
Overdrive protocol at the ready.
Take this!
There we go. Alrighty, and then there's a chest over there, which we can go to. Ooh, nice, a cabin coin. Alright, let's not fall into the pool of, like, dead filament danger.
Wow, more limbs.
I am the only one in the group that doses on buffs on the regular? Yeah, Blue is just a regular doper. How in the world is that not a kink in your furry persona? I do not understand.
Dead filament, go!
Oh boy.
Take this.
That was a close one.
What's that squirmy thing supposed to do?
Ugh. That's new.
This one's different. Be careful. Shoot now! Arms incoming!
This is some BS.
Be careful. Deletion protocol.
Fuck it.
All right, that's one core down.
Keep it up.
Hey, is it safe for you to clear out all this black stuff?
I'm okay. I'm just breaking it up.
Alrighty.
Use that to increase health and attacking nodes.
There we go. That guy was a little intense. I had to use my, like, overdrive thing. Which wasn't too great.
We can't go this way.
Can you get rid of this stuff?
Maybe if we can get it at the source?
Alright, well, let me deal with this thingy, Madiggy. I got 2 of them, and there's apparently 2 in this area. Yeah, look at Diana's hair. Cute.
Defenses are down.
These are shooting to me.
Oh, Jesus.
Be careful. Cheese down. I'm on a roll. Cheese down. Tracker missiles. Getting close. Right back at ya. Missile spotted. Use. Overdrive protocol at the ready. Yeah.
Get some. It's up. Take this.
Donk.
Incoming. Missile spotted.
Fuck it, deletion mode.
Take this.
Dink. Alright, that doesn't do all the damage, but it does something. Alright, hopefully this will do enough damage. Nope, not enough damage. This will do it.
Take this.
Can't believe this was like a mini boss. Normally they give us like multiple waves, not mini bosses. Hell yeah. Thank you for all that. Let me grab all this.
What a lucky find.
Oh, 2 pure Luminites then. Okay. I'm not using them too much, but okay. Ugh, excuse me. Wasn't using them too much, but that's a good find. Lovely water. Alrighty.
Oh man, look at all this stuff.
I can't handle all of this.
Don't worry.
Uh,
It's through.
Phew. This place is warming up.
Yeah.
That water's gonna burst.
John, take this.
I got him. Charging. Back to normal.
Got him.
Move, you. Overdrive protocol activate.
Guess that's that.
mm-hmm.
I'll get rid of it.
There we go. Alright, so that's 1 down.
My bad, Diana. Tell me you got something.
I think it's a mod. Might be good to have. Let's go check it out.
You got something?
Hmm.
There's already honey data nearby. Let's take it back to the shelter.
If we can get to it. This is all a little spooky. Welcome back, Danny. You just got the tickets for this October? What's happening this October? Is this like the Furdu thingamadiggy?
Get rock one.
Stop skittering around. Check. Take this.
Blinking the enemy.
Take this. It's over.
There we go. Increase weapon and hacking damage by 20%, but reduces HP by... Ugh, I don't like that. Yeah, that's a too high of a risk personally for me, Diana, so I'm not gonna deal with that shit. Nyom. Up the... Oh.
We need to cleanse them. Time for a cleanup.
Is that it?
Fuck you. Thank you for the double upgrade.
Calculate the potential risks.
Intervention by Cradle personnel at 87% probability.
Then eliminate.
You're going to PAX in October? Nice!
It was 8 that forced Edis to kill everyone? You got something?
There's REM data nearby. Let's take it back to the shelter.
Ah,
What do we have here?
nice. Water gun. Ooh, nice. Cool. That would be nice for Diana. I got the sponsor, so I'm happy I paid for it. Cool, cool, cool. It came! I finally got the notice granting me level 6 access and a work transfer to experimental pragmatics. In other words, Dr. Higgins' lab. That's fine and dandy, but the notice also documented all of my hidden rooms and hollow walls. Was this their way of telling me to cut it out? Doesn't say that outright, but I've heard the new management AI they're rolling out will require a biolink for every staff member. Guess my fun with the hollow walls is coming to an end. But all of this has me wondering, what if I'm being watched right now? Either way, I've got a week to reply to the transfer notice. Should I go for it? Nice. Good on you, Shannon. Alright, back up here.
Charging cleanse. Income. How about this?
I owe you. Get some! It's on now, Tin Can. Take this!
Here we go, here we go.
Laser swooping up.
Take this!
I got him. Stasis mine incoming. Get ready.
Take that! Leave the shooting to me. It's over.
No, it isn't.
I'll cleanse it. That walker's gonna burn. I'm still on cooldown.
Is that it?
Income. Deck filament. Go. Wait. There's a storm.
I'll take care of it. Diana, help!
Ow! There we go.
Wow, amazing.
Cleansing.
Where are you? All right, that's one core down.
Keep it up, you.
There we go.
How you like this?
Overdrive protocol activate.
Take this!
Hopefully that will be enough. It was enough. There we go. Swept. Oh, now you give us a...
Here's the source.
Alrighty, time to...
What a lucky find.
Alright, that's one. Oh, look, it looks like they were trying to replicate some New York City.
Clear.
Good work, Diana.
Tell me you got something.
I think it's a mod. Might be good to have.
This project began with early lunar development to transport processed lunar filament and other essential materials. By sliding designated containers through a network of pipes spanning the cradle, we established a low-cost, rapid transport system. Transporting people or living organisms inside these containers is strictly prohibited due to safety concerns. Okay, it sounds like they just reinvented vacuum tubes. I think they just invented vacuum tubes on the moon again.
Moving everything around so fast. We don't have much time.
Yeah, getting close. Income outflank.
Get some!
We did it.
There we go. Hey, nice. I needed that health. Do you hear the robot thing? Nice cabin coin.
For that at the shelter.
Do any of you hear that? Hard to see from here. There we go. Heat transfer. Enemy heat gauges fill 10% faster, causing enemies to be down more quickly. I like that.
Scary when they're overheated.
Alright, somewhere in this room is one of those, like, you know, mini... There they are. Gotcha. Got him. Alright, I am nearly out of what's-a-mahoozy, so I'm going to return to the shelter to refill all my stuff. There we go. Fully healed, getting all our thingy-majiggies back. Hey there, Diana.
Believe 8-8 attack all the people at the cradle.
Diana.
The 8 I knew wouldn't do that. Maybe she got this way because of all the built-up sadness in the dead filament. Do you think she'll get better if we get rid of it all?
I hope so. No idea what's gonna happen, but we just gotta do what we gotta do. And if you want to talk to her, we better get moving.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to give Diana her gift, though. Here we go. Let's see how you find the water gun. Mm-hmm.
Yay! Now I've got a weapon too. Time for me to shine.
You weren't gonna use it? You weren't gonna use the water gun? Oh, there you are. There she is! Yeah!
Water gun is the best. I like it just as much as my crayon.
So this whole act you got going on here, I'm guessing you're trying to imitate me?
Yep, that's right.
I'm gonna need to watch what I say.
I remember someone did a I don't know if anyone's seen this on Twitter, but like the whole like there's like some artwork on Twitter of like Diana and like she's hanging out with like the Master Chief and the Doomslayer, and they say to her, it's like, all right, go and say fuck demons, and he was just like, huh? Because for whatever reason, the Master Chief and the Doomslayer somehow got her to say fuck demons. And I just thought it was the funniest thing ever. I don't know if the Master Chief would do it, but definitely the Doomslayer would. And then they did like a follow-up image where it was Samus from the Metroid games, where it's just like, who taught this child to swear? All right, so this increases node usage. This gives us a new increases thingamadoogies. Stun time increases, friendly fire damage. I'm gonna maximize the heat gauge buildup. All of these are maximumed. Extending overall mobility. And let's maximize the shockwave gun. There we go. And we've got more upgrades we can apply, which is going to go to our girl Diana. There she goes. I'll need to find the image. I'll need to find the image of like Diana and the different space dads. Ooh, new unlocks. Yes, please. Get us another charge holder. There we are.
We are honored to provide one of our greatest goods. An impeccable choice.
The Luna Digger and Digibot. Nice. Another bingo. We just need to get this thing unlocked, so then that way we can do a triple bingo. So we need... So we just need 7 more stamps, and I'm holding on to 1 right now, so that means 6 more, which we can get with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Okay, so we can get... So we can get, like, we can get them if we unlock this from like, you know, from the other place in the Luna Filament Lab. And then we need to somehow do these.
Please enjoy your purchase.
Thank you. Alright, what kind... So they gave us... Gunner, Defender, the Lunar Digger, which doesn't really have much of a difference. Alrighty. Alright, I like the idea of the heat gauge. So this one increases the thingamadiggy, which is... I'm gonna go with the relay amplifier, because that one's not as, like, you know, good. Because we're not really having to, like, you know, do a lot of hacking from a distance. It's a lot of it's a lot of close quarters stuff. Alright, swap you to the drone hive. You to the multi, and then you for the chaining. Alright. Oh, cool, look at that. We're like 100%ing on each of the sections. Nice work on the 94% himbo rating there, Danny. Good work. Proud of you.
I hope we're not too late to stop 8.
Don't worry. Cleaning up messes is what I do best. A little trouble's all part of the job.
This door's locked too.
Let me guess. More terminals?
You want to go back to the shelter and regroup?
Not yet. Although we might after this red key. We'll see how we go.
Its lasers moving up. Defenses. Flank. Overthrow protocol at the ready.
How you like this?
Yay! Don't go inside the circle.
Take this!
There is so much chaos going on right now, like you wouldn't believe.
Move, you.
Take this! Nope!
Deletion protocol. Initiate.
Take this!
There we go. That's one. That's two.
Leave the shooting to me.
Shoot now.
Take that! Take this!
Damn it. Fuck you.
Right on! Back off! Take this!
Nice. Nice immunity frames on my part.
It's over.
Yeah. Was that stage 1 or was that just the entire stage? That might have just been stage 1, thank goodness. I don't know how I would have handled, you know, multiple stages. Also, hello, Sir Dragon. Thank you for the random shirt. Alright, you... And then... You... Alright, storage expander. Here we go, Diana. There's your RAM for the stream. Mm-hmm. Expands the upper limit of Diana's hacking gauge. Nice. And more Luna filament. That is the sound of horse. Ooh.
Careful. We did it.
Get shit on.
Stop skittering around.
Sensors jacked. Here it comes. Look out. Don't mind my overhead protocol activated. Get Here it comes. Look out.
Shit, take this.
Splitting the hack.
Get some. Stop skittering around. Get off.
Here it comes. Look out.
I'm trying to do my best to survive right now.
I owe you one.
Phew.
Survival. Alright. Nope, that doesn't move it, and neither will that. Okay, so I need to find a way around. Oh! More information.
What the hell? It's breaking in! This can't be happening. It's coming right for us! John! Get off him!
Oh, the dead filament did... Yep, that...
This black stuff is all that's left.
That's organic material broken down by the dead filament.
Eat them?
Hey, Diana, think you can cleanse infected humans?
No. Once their cells get eaten away, they're gone for good.
That's bad.
I see. There's nothing you can do.
I got this.
From Jacob. As you know, Daisy Higgins, Dr. Higgins' daughter, has passed away. The truth is, her death was not caused by illness. Dr. Higgins has been running a clinical trial on a Luna filament compound using Pragmata, and the outcomes were more than encouraging, so he reported his findings to Earth HQ. Then, one of the higher-ups at Delphi attempted to claim credit and pushed prematurely into human testing for commercialization. Their subordinates were instructed to select a test subject whose data matched Daisy's age, sex, and medical history, and the compound was administered. However, Pragmata cannot perfectly replicate human physiology. The formula remained unstable and was far from ready for human usage. Dr. Higgins issued repeated warnings, but no one listened. The chosen subject died immediately after the injection. Only afterwards did they realize it was Daisy, Dr. Higgins' daughter. The executive who ordered it silenced all witnesses to bury the truth. This was clearly corporate murder, a preventable tragedy. I only recently heard the news from a first-hand source. While unconfirmed, it's probably true. With the bots running amok now, I can't help thinking this is Delphi's karma. Mistake after mistake has brought us here. Oh boy. Oh, Dr. Higgins. I don't know if you're still alive for this to happen.
Disgusting.
Or worse, if Dr. Higgins put 8 up onto this because of, you know, Delphi doing all this bullshit.
Those are so fun to collect.
They are fun to collect, although that is a... We are having a very crazy juxtaposition after reading the, what's-a-mahoozy thing saying, yeah, Dr. Higgins' daughter died because she got picked for the clinical trials, and the clinical trials weren't ready yet, even though Dr. Higgins told them, don't push ahead.
We need to cleanse them. Charging cleanse. Gut filaments, go. Wait. That walker's gonna burst. Deletion protocol, initiate. Woo, now.
Take this!
There's a score.
I'll take care of it. Alright, that's one core down.
Keep it up, you. Yeah.
Leave the shooting to me. Take this!
Nice.
Only one left.
Alright.
It's gotta be close.
Yep, let's wrap this up. Don't want to keep her waiting, right?
Oh my gosh, I nearly died so easily from all this stuff.
I got this. We can use that back at the shelter. Think I found an REM.
Ooh,
Let's check it out.
nice.
You've got to be kidding me. This one's locked too?
There should be some terminals nearby. One down. Incoming. Linking the enemy. Yay!
Guess that's that.
That makes 2.
And 3 more hiding somewhere.
Phew, that was 3.
Good. Now on.
Overdrive protocol at the ready. Move, you.
Take this!
There we go. Hmm. Oh, there we go.
One more to go.
Got it. You sure the last one's in here?
Yeah, I'm picking up a signal nearby.
Oh, training data up there. How am I supposed to pick up that then? Hmm.
You got something?
Mm-hmm. There's REM data nearby. Let's take it back to the shelter.
Hmm. Ah, there you are.
We did it!
There we go.
More time than I'd like, though.
Ooh, and we get ourselves an Earth memory. A sandcastle.
Designated payload is at 80%.
Let's hurry, Diana.
I've got your back.
Sticky bombs, thank you. Alrighty.
Damn, we don't have time for this.
Hey!
Overdrive protocol. That walker's gonna burst. How about this? Watch out! There's more.
John, take this.
Bonk.
Break it, shield. Missile spotted.
There we go.
You're going down. Nope.
Splitting the hatch. Ew, there's a terminal.
There we go.
Okay, you should be good.
All right, let's head back.
Thank you for the Luna filament.
Ooh, shiny.
Alright, that's the last of the training data.
Training center.
Knowing my luck, I'm not gonna get like full heals or anything like that, or another shelter, so I'm gonna go to this one to hand in all the things I've got. So a lot of backwards and forwards happening right now, chat. That wasn't like purely my intention, but better safe than sorry.
All clear. I can't believe Daisy died. 8 and I were made to help her get better, and the tests worked. But that just got her killed.
Hey now, don't get down on yourself. What happened to Daisy is not your fault. They messed up the readings, that's on them. Blinded by short-term profits, they made the wrong call over and over. This ain't on you. Not even close. Got it?
Okay.
Alright, let's give you the sandcastle. Let's see if you like the sandcastle. She likes it.
Read Earth Memory series complete.
Oh, nice.
Related objects.
And there we go.
Did it!
Hell yeah.
I bet the person who collected these really loved the ocean.
That's why there's hot dogs under the parasol, because there's a hot dog vendor right here. Nice.
Why do people
Surdragonx88 paid me to say a horse is a horse. Of course, and no one can talk to a horse, of course, that is, of course. Unless the horse is the famous
You build
Mr.
it quick
Ed.
as you can, and it falls apart just as fast.
What's fun about that?
It's not about what you make, it's the act of making that's fun.
But aren't you sad when it falls apart?
Not everything needs to be forever. Sometimes it's enough to just enjoy the moment.
Ah, there it is.
Oh. Ah, look.
I got carried away.
The whole point is to make a mess. That's what makes it so fun. Don't hold back. Drench the place. Oh, and just so you know, water guns on Earth are typically used outside. So getting everything all soaked is no problem.
Oh, that makes sense.
Nice. Alrighty, I can't really upgrade anything on this side. No, I can't. I need either 8 or 5, which is not enough. And then this one... Hey, we can max heal this thing. Excellent. And then... You, meanwhile...
Data has arrived.
Thank you.
Be sure to give it a try.
Alrighty, so we've got... Okay, we got 3 can put in.
Triple bingo.
Hell yeah!
Congratulations.
And we get ourselves a new weapon, is it? Or... Looks like a new weapon. A tactical... Oh, it's a tactical unit. Deploys mines that can be infused with hacking nodes. Placing additional mines links them together, expanding their range. Ooh, okay. Weird. Target weakness will be uploaded. Increase weapon damage to weak points. 1...
Oh yes, this is one of our more popular items.
2... Hey, there we go. Alright, I was able to get all the secret reports at this point. So I need 4 more slots, which I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Stand or die. Reach the target area within 190 seconds and without taking damage. That's going to be a little bit difficult, but we need to get 4 tokens. All right.
You gotta hack that to activate it.
Step off!
Oh, come on. 1, 2. Oh, I did that too soon. I did that too soon. We need to roll that back. I know what I'm doing now. I know what I'm doing now.
Tracking the mines makes them stronger. Hacking potential increased. Be careful. Jump you.
Damn it. Ah, fuck it. I'm gonna see if I can get through it without.
We did it.
Guess that's that. It's over.
Nah. Alright, I fucked up. Alright, let's try this again. So I don't need to do the hacking. I don't need to use this thing too strongly. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it.
Step off.
And I ran into the lasers like an idiot.
It's over.
Look out.
Right on.
Jump you.
Yeah. Let's do this.
Hacking potential increased.
Raiders! Welcome, welcome, Raiders. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer going through like games that are in my backlog or that are brand new that I really wanted to play. And tonight is Pragmata. I'm trying to get through like some of the last of the training modules, so then that way I have an opportunity to you know, unlock some big. Ah, goddamn you. Actually, can I? Maybe I can jump this. Nope, it won't let me do that big of a jump. Damn. Hoi hoi, Nightman. How was Zenless Zone 0? There we go. Oh, you bastard! Oh, and it puts me all the way back here. That is annoying. Oh! It doesn't give me as many boosts as I'm normally used to. It was a good way to build up tension and tease the upcoming content in City. Oh, they're giving us a new city in Zenless Zone Zero, are they? Nice.
Be careful.
Take that! It's over.
There we go.
Right on. Now it's my turn.
Move, you. Jump, you.
There we go. So I got that right, which is good.
Guess that's that. It's over.
Damn it! Fuck. Oh, and it put... That's right, if I fall, it puts me all the way back to the beginning, which is a lot of wasted time.
Move, you.
Got him. Guess that's that.
I'll just try and do this as best as I can without needing to do the... I'll just try to get through this thing then.
Good job, kid.
Look out. Jump, you. Watch out. There's more.
Nah, I absolutely fucked that one up beyond belief. Because otherwise I would have been there forever.
Get ball.
Incoming.
It's over.
There we go.
I got him. Jump, you.
There we go. Because I only need to have one of them hacked. And then... Damn it.
We did it.
Confuse a certain enemy and borrow its shields. Nice!
Thanks for the cover, Mr. Shield. Get ready. Yeah. Thanks for the cover, Mr. Shield.
Is that it?
Got it.
Oh my god, that's painful. That is a painful challenge. Oh, I'm not going through that on stream again. That is not gonna be something I'm doing on stream. I will be repeating myself over and over again trying to do all that. Oh my goodness.
Oh yes, this is one of our more popular items.
So I need to do 1, 2, 3 more tokens, and that means the expert lockpick, maxing out the Walker family, chain attack, cave in. My goodness. Some of these are going to be absolutely terrible, but I want to black it out so then that way I can get I can get a Diana outfit. She doesn't have that many outfits. A present. Tomorrow's the day the return flight comes in. Miss it, and who knows when the next one shows up. And if this new AI's got talent on my back, target on my back, I'll be lucky if I get out of here alive. Got another transmission from Mr. F. To mark our meeting, I've prepared a little something you can find a toolbox at. Classic Mr. F, or should I call him Mr. Sly Fox? Avoiding surveillance, are we? He's gathering intel on the cradle, stashing it somewhere secure before passing it off. I guess face-to-face contact would be way too risky with that damn AI watching our every move. I hope that box has what I'm looking for. Time to shoot back. Can't wait to see what you're cooking up. Alright, Mr. F, let's see what you've got in store. I tore through the corridors, and right on the dot, about 30 minutes later, I'm exactly where Mr. F said it'd be. There it is, a plain white toolbox, and inside, a data drive. No time to waste, better see what's on it before someone notices. Number 1. Delphi is concealing potential violations of the Lunar Accord. Research into Luna filament weaponization has occurred despite official claims. Reckless excavation poses uninvestigated environmental risks, yet mining continues for commercial gain. Internal reports were submitted to upper management regarding the risks associated with Luna filament's interaction with organic material. However, these concerns were deliberately suppressed. Those top 2 key takeaways were listed out, tacked on with mining logs, lunar quake readings, and a deep dive on Luna filament. Yes, this is more than enough to blow Delphi wide open. But here's the thing. I still don't know how much Dr. Higgins has his hand in this. Without that, none of this sticks. Alright, decision's made. Time to fire off another message. Appreciate it, that's one hell of a gift you've handed me. You'll have a ticket in your hands by tomorrow. Count on it. The Earthbound shuttles finally docked at the cradle. All that's left is for Mr. F and me to step aboard and put this place in the rear view. But before that, there's one last thing I can't bring myself to walk away from. Not yet. Met Mr. F in person for the first time today. Younger than I pictured, maybe 6'1", rail thin, with that permanent forward tilt you see in people who've spent their lives over a terminal. Classic engineer. His face was long, but his eyes razor sharp. I handed him a press pass and an ID tag, told him how much I appreciated the gift, but that it wasn't enough. You know who I'm after, I said, eyes locked on his. His gaze shifted, and I could tell he was uncomfortable. You've got it wrong. He's not a bad person, he said. He was just looking out for his family, same as any of us would. I told him I understood, but that things would be easier if he just laid it all out. If he didn't tell me now, it was only a matter of time before I found out anyway. He stood there in silence. I'm asking you, give me your ID pass. I'll go meet with him one-on-one, I said. Wait, you're not coming back on the return shuttle with me? I can't just walk away from a story like this. This could be the one, my breakout moment. His face went blank, pure shock. And really, who could blame him? Staying behind at a place like this? Maybe I am crazy, but hey, at least I'm consistent. He looked away from me just for a brief second and said, You're quite the character. I admire your courage. I don't think I could do what you're doing. Everyone's different, I told him. We all make our own choices. I'm not here to judge you for wanting out of this mess, he nodded slowly. Here, take it. He handed over the ID tag, told me to be careful, then he turned and boarded the shuttle. Alone. No other passengers, no goodbyes. The shuttle disappeared into the void, a streak of light swallowed by space, and there I was, alone, staring down at the earth like it owed me answers. What the hell have I gotten myself into this time? Ah, whatever. I'll figure it out. I always do. Because I'm the one and only Daniel Galliano. I'm alone now, in unfamiliar territory, but there's no time to waste. Using the ID tag, I'm off to the lab where the doctor is hiding. I will find him, and I will get the answers I came for. Questions hammer through my head, louder with every step. Why did you abandon your sick daughter on Earth? Why did you turn your back when your wife, my sister, was on her deathbed? Neil, I need to know. What the hell happened to you? Ooh, that's a good twist. So they were a reporter from Prime World Publishing doing all kinds of, censored my feed, I guess, but use my handy cam instead and edit the footage. So yeah, that's interesting that he came in, like, with all this other information, but at the end of it, like, he was wanting to know, like, why the fuck did his brother-in-law, like, not stick around on Earth for his niece and sister? Why did you turn your back when your wife was on her deathbed? Yeah. Crazy. Mark II Walker, thank you. Alright. Homing missiles and shockwave gun, sure. Stasis net. I'm gonna change from the sticky bombs to the hacking mines. And change from impact to the drones. And then we'll go with the freeze and the multi-hack. And then we got the target weakness thing. Alrighty. We're just missing one pure Luna filament and some other thing. Alrighty. I think we're getting to this, chat. We're getting closer and closer to the end. We're doing good for time as well. Like, I've only been at this for like the last, what, 2 hours? Yeah, 2.5 hours. Oh, that's the dead filament, isn't it? Nope, that's just a... Oh, he's a...
You again?
Looks like a backup from the vault. We need to cleanse them. Watch out! Charging! Move, you! Time for a cleanup!
I was busy trying to press a button.
Watch out!
Yes. It's on now. Take this.
Oh, he's got a big health bar. Oh, shit.
What the heck's it trying to pull?
Gathering the corruption. Just get away!
This thing controls dead filament now too?
Watch out for that stuff! Cleanse. Move, you! Dead filament, go! Wait! Wait till I recharge! Getting close! Watch out! Look out! I'll cleanse it! Done now! Get ready!
Take this.
Oh, it's still on him. Okay.
Time for a cleanup! Gathering that stuff again!
Got it. I'll move back.
Look out! I'm still on cooldown! Dead filament, go! Wait! I'll cleanse it!
I owe you.
Done now! Overdrive protocol at the ready.
Oh crap.
Deletion protocol initiated!
Hopefully this will be enough. Almost.
Back off. Take this.
Hopefully this is enough. Yes, it's enough. My poor neighbors must think I'm completely insane dancing around my kitchen while I'm cooking dinner. Ah, there's music somewhere to dance to. They can't complain. Well, that was a pain and a half. I'm glad I went back to the shelter before doing that. Consultation hours are as follows. 1 hour slots, reservations required. On May 23rd after 2 p.m. On May 26th after 2 p.m. and after 5 p.m. May 31st after 8 p.m. For scheduling, please contact section. Cool.
So this is the Luna Filament Lab.
Nice, nice, nice. Your Luma thingamadoog. Another thingamadig.
This is the most advanced research lab in the entire cradle. Higgins was probably right in that room.
8 was with him too. There are traces of her here. I guess 8 was helping out the doctor more than I expected.
Possibly. Let's have a look. It's been 10 days since Dr. Higgins shut himself away in his lab. Is there still no way to reach him? Dr. Higgins is isolating himself to focus on his heavy workload and is not available for communication. Even the secretary's office has been unable to reach him. Should he emerge from the lab, he may remain unapproachable for some time, so it is advisable to allow him the necessary space. This document must remain strictly within the Luna Filament Lab Secretary's office until Dr. Higgins proves further instructions. Noah Parker, a former lab staff, is unresponsive due to advanced dead filament containment and shows no reaction to external stimuli. Furthermore, a visual examination conducted at 8 o'clock this morning by his physician from the Medical Advancement Lab indicates that Parker's right arm, right chest, and lower jaw have completely lost their original form due to contamination. He is likely deceased. God fucking damn.
Looks like Higgins had been out of contact for a while.
I don't think he liked getting involved with others.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
They took her from me.
Ugh.
I warned them.
My ear.
It was premature. Again and again. I was a fool to trust them. But now, Daisy, I'm so sorry.
So that's how his daughter died. That's awful.
Poor doctor.
What's more is, while I wonder if, like, I'll need to see more data thingamadiggies. To my dearest Daisy, I'm sorry, Daisy. I couldn't save you. I wasn't there when you needed me most. Your daddy's a complete fool. The same thing happened when your mother passed. I was already deep in research on the moon, experimenting with Luna filament and living organisms, thinking I was the only one who could save her. I threw myself into my work. It was all my selfishness, my arrogance. No, even so, the clinical pragmata trials were going well. We were so close to seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Why did it have to end like this? Why did Delphi choose you of all people? Oh, I feel so empty now. Daisy, I should have stayed with you. I should never have come to the moon. I wonder if 8 is of her own volition using the Luna filament, or if this is like some weird, like, you know, post, you know, the doctor dying and...
I'm so sorry.
Let's see.
Doctor? His mental acuity is degenerating rapidly.
Oh, Daisy, Daisy. Honey, I was so close. Earth and Delphi. They took you from me. Curse them.
What?
Cause of death. Cardiac arrest from acute exposure to dead filament. Memory capture complete, Dr. Higgins.
Well, that's...
Dead filament, huh? Clock's ticking. Okay. Back to work, kiddo.
Oh, I don't know if she's gonna be able to, you know, take that easily. You're probably gonna need to give her a little more heart-to-heart than just, you know...
Dad?
Yeah. And he left his work to 8.
Dr. Higgins, I wish to express the deepest loneliness I'm experiencing as I can no longer speak with you. But worry not. Before your body failed you, our time together allowed me to reconstruct your fragmented memories to fully understand you. You were desperate to tell everyone about the true dangers of dead filament. I can make that happen. By transforming the dead filament itself into a memory medium and sending it to Earth as a singular, unified being, everyone it touches will come to understand your wish directly. Dr. DI33558, I will deliver your will to Earth no matter the cost. Oh, fuck.
Down from this. Better start preparing for the worst.
Oh, 8.
No worries. It'll be
Like, that is not how we go about this kind of shit, 8. That is, you don't give people the warning of death by killing people.
all right. Let's go.
I'm coming to stop you, 8.
That is not how you warn people about the dangers of things, by making it immediately a problem. That is some very terrorist kind of shit. Don't get me wrong, you'll definitely make them aware of the dangers of dead Luna filament, but
It's go time, okay?
will do. Let me run some upgrades. All right, so we got 8 and 5. 8, and we're missing 1. Can we do any worthwhile upgrades to this? Let's see. Hacking increases the rate of fire, the open duration, the ammo capacity, the stagger, the maximum active, and the ammo capacity. Duration and shield strength, the rapid fire, additional nodes, the error node disable going up. Okay, let's improve our homing. Okay, we can't do that much improvement on our homing missiles, it seems. All right. There we go. 5 safe boxes, and 1 mod. Alrighty, chat. Let's see how we do. Okay. Oh, I hear the...
Wow.
Well, I can barely see it, so...
Right on.
We need to cleanse them. Charging cleanse. That walker's gonna burst. Wait till I'm look out.
Take that.
Cleansing.
You're going down. It's over.
There we go.
Here they come again. How about this?
There we go.
Tell me you got something.
I think it's a mod. Might be good to have. Let's go check it out.
Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna get that mod, so...
I'll get rid of it. Get ready. Projectiles incoming.
Oh my god, another raid? This soon? Hello, raiders! Welcome, welcome! Salazar! Welcome to the stream! Hopefully you're going alright. We're just getting through the end of, We're trying to get through the last of, Pragmata right now. I wasn't able to do a blackout of the, like, the last, bingo board right now. But, we're just getting through, like, what might be the last section. How was Voices of the Void?
I'll get rid of it.
Was it good?
Charging. I'll cleanse it.
It's over.
Hopefully it was good. If you have to raid and dash, I totally understand. Oh, hello. False wall. Interesting. They've been all over the place. Nah, it doesn't look like.
Those bullets bounce right off.
Defenses are down.
Guess that's that.
There we go.
We can use that back at the shelter.
But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Have you been playing Pragmata? Actually, is any of your viewers here? Is probably a worthwhile question, because you didn't raid with a raid message or anything like that, or I might just be having like a bit of a crap out with my OBS for all I know right now. Alright, we're entering into a battle arena from the looks of it. So I wonder who we're going to be dealing with in this giant arena.
I'm detecting a mod. Gotta get them all, right? Let's go grab it.
Well, when you put it that way, how can I resist?
Shoot now! Overdrive protocol at the ready. Crap. Move, you!
Shit, take this!
Bonk! There we go.
Now it's my turn.
Shoot it where it's weak, you! Jump, you!
Take this!
Donked. Salad raid, hi! Wasn't I didn't see or hear anything for a while. Is everyone okay?
This place is cooling up! Don't go inside the circle! You!
Hey!
Delicious
Alright, fuck it. Let's We're close to the end here.
I owe you. Take this.
Bonk. There we go.
Nope. Yeah. Let's do this. Take this.
There we go. There we go. I'm just focused. I'm just focused so hard right now.
Tell me you got something.
I think it's a mod. Might be good to have. Let's go check it out. Charging flint! There's its core.
I'll take care of it.
Two, incoming!
What's with the rubber arms? Cleanse it for me, will ya?
Back to normal. That walker's gonna burst.
God damn you. Ow. Okay, it's this one that I should have, like...
Take this.
Bonk. Alright, hopefully this will work.
There's its core.
I'll take care of it.
Arms incoming!
This is some BS.
The correction's back. Ah!
Diana, you okay?
I'll cleanse it.
All right. That's one core down.
Keep it up, you. Be careful.
Take this.
Donk. Hence the stealing shard. Hard to focus on the pecs when they're covered.
There's its core.
I'll take care of it.
Ah!
Diana, you okay?
The correction's back.
Cleanse it for me, will ya?
Yay!
Guess it's my turn.
There we go. Gosh, this is a difficult... This is difficult.
Defenses are down.
Is that it?
I'm detecting a mod. Gotta get them all, right? Let's go grab it.
Well, when you put it that way, how can I...
Alright, the hacking mines aren't as cool or as useful as I thought due to the... It's a bit difficult to do. It's cool in the puzzle, like, you know, training videos, but they're not too great when I need to, you know, fight for my life. Oh, hello. Didn't realize you were down here. Nice. Yum. So yeah, we gotta try and get to this tower here before the dead filament destroys everything.
Eight's trying to send death filament to Earth, right? Do you really think that's what the doctor wanted?
Can't say, kiddo.
Don't think that's what the doctor wanted.
That spot there at the end. Humans are a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, they're not simple.
Yes.
I think the doctor I knew wouldn't want all this.
If that's how you feel, then that's how it is. Can that work for you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bonk. Alright, jump. Alright. Hey, a cabin coin.
Put out at the shelter.
Nice. One less impossible task to complete in order to get, like, Whatsamahoozie's, like, blackout. Ugh. What? being itchy. Gosh darn it. Hopefully this foot isn't going to be a problem when I go to Movie World. Alright, here we go. Alrighty. Can I upgrade everything? 8, 9. No, I cannot. I am 1 off from completing Diana's. And then the suit does a little bit of repair. Alrighty. Now, I need 3 stamps. So I just need to do 2 challenges that will give us the, what's-a-mahoozy. So let's try the expert locksmithing. Because we just need to get this challenge done without dying, and... Okay, this was a lot easier than last time, I'll be real with you. And maybe not fall down when we do this. I swear, I'm good at the hacking, alright? Alright, there we go. 19, 18, 16, 15. I don't know how I was going to accomplish that in 45 seconds, but sure. We at least got one hack. We at least got 1 token, which means we only need 1 more, and then we get a blackout, which means we get a new outfit for Diana, which is going to be fantastic because that means we can then... All right, so this one needs us to land a critical shot. This one needs us to defeat all enemies in 150 seconds. All right, let's give this one. Hi there, Dragon Rider. Welcome, welcome. I'm just trying to get through 1 more training module, so then that way I can get all the tokens I need to get a new outfit for Diana. Oh, that's not good.
Look out.
Oh, and I need to defeat 10 of these? Holy shit, that's not gonna be easy.
Right on.
This is not gonna be good.
Look out for its targeting sensor. Something's aiming at us.
How you like this?
Oh, it gets rid of... Oh my god, it gets rid of the platforms. That's worse!
Get off. Guess that's that.
That's worse.
Missile spotted. Incoming.
Good job, kid.
Oh my god. Okay, so I only have so many shots.
Yeah, let's do this.
Phew! Blinking the enemy.
Get off. Oh, crap.
Oh, I tried to be clever with this one. It has been... you need to... We need to stick together more. You need to be visiting more often, Dragon Rider. What have you been up to? Also, hopefully all of Salazar's viewers are doing okay, because I haven't heard a peep from any of you.
It's my turn.
Phew! Blinking the enemy. Yeah! Be careful. Something's aiming at us.
Get off.
Yay! Look out for its targeting sensor. We did it! Phew! Missile spotted! Right back at ya!
Nope. Is that it?
Projectiles incoming! Incoming!
Ah! This is gonna be painful, which means I have to keep... So I can't use the impact thingy-majiggy. I can't use the impact shield at the start. I have to save that for later because of all the rockets and such. And I can't be in the center because of that. Hi there, Sir Dragon.
turn.
Look out for its targeting center.
It's over.
Get ready.
That's not good.
Yeah. Missile spotted. Right back at ya.
Guess that's that.
You. Projectile incoming. Splitting the hat. Crack.
Back off.
There we go. I got damaged, but I got it done in like 130 seconds, which means I got myself an upgrade component. Yay for me. Hell yeah. Woo! Alright, I got my 3 tokens, which means I can now unlock
We are honored.
the aim raider, the missile.
Goods.
There we go. And then finally,
Board complete.
the last of the board, which means we get Blackout, which means Diana gets a new outfit just in time for us to get through the last of this. Diana's lunar white outfit. Nice. Hell yeah. God, some of that training is absolute bullshit and I am not a fan. But hey, we did it. She gets a new outfit. She started from here and now she's there.
How do I look?
Hey, not bad at all.
Not bad at all, milady. Alrighty, now, do I have enough to do... Yep, I can do an upgrade onto my HP at the very least, which is good. And this, I can have it apply an upgrade to... I reckon Charge Piercer is probably gonna pop... Code Generator, Hacking Minds, Decoy... Let's get more thrusters in us. There we go. Ooh, hello. So the new data is the Mark II missile launcher, the Air Raider, the Sentinel. So this was the thing we were up against. Alrighty. Weapon loadout, homing missiles and photon lasers. Let's change you to shockwave and photon. Stasis and riot is good. Those are good. Alrighty. Wait, what? Oh, because I forgot this thing. Yep. Let's go impact barrier. Going to the central port. All right. This might be it. We might be to the end of like the what's-a-mahoozy, the games shortly. So hopefully all of yous are prepared. You got your popcorn, you got your soda, you got you're snuggled up, you're in whatever positions at the ready.
Hugh, hurry!
I'm going.
We're coming, 8.
We gotta stop 8. Also, when's the next advertisement? 18 minutes. Okay. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. All that is dead filament, and none of it can come to Earth.
How's the packing coming?
God damn it, Hugh. You just gotta hit a Leon.
Thanks to you, the shipment for Earth is almost ready. I have nearly fulfilled my purpose.
This is not your purpose.
A purpose we were meant to share.
There we go. There we go.
No! I decide my own way. And I'm going to Earth with you. You still don't understand. You are Pragmata.
So what? She's more than that. And she's not something for you to use and throw away.
Hi there, crazy Bree guy.
Beyond repair.
How okay. Is everyone good? Is everyone like in from the salad raid? Cuz it's like it sounds like some of you are like slowly dripping in and what have you is the thing. Also, I kind of need to go to the bathroom and get myself a new soda. I should have done that before I got into more of the cutscene. So here's what I'm going to do. 30-second advertisement, do a little dance. That's not it. That's not it. There we go. Do a little dance. There we go. Not again. Bathroom break. Grab a soda. And grab a soda. Here we go. No, not the cactar. Alrighty. Are we ready, chat? Are we ready? And of course, you stole my shirt, Artemis. How dare you? Alright, well, I can't stop this. So, here we go. All right.
This is where we part ways. For good.
Meh. Okay, that's a lot of crazy mechanical nonsense from dead filament that shouldn't be able to make that. What in the fuck? Oh shit.
You and I were created to serve.
You're wrong, Pete!
Your very existence proves which I will soon learn.
Overdrive protocol at the ready.
Cease your futile attempt.
Getting close! Time for it.
The doctor wished to send us to Earth.
I won't let you paint the world black.
Yeah. That's a, what's a Mahusi song, isn't it? You know, Paint It Black or something like that.
Yay! Incoming!
Hopefully this works.
Hacking potential complete. Ew, now!
I can do more. We can do it. You walk away, I steal your fridge. You can do not steal my fridge, Blue.
Shoot now!
Can't move.
You can hack too? I will stop her. Get the woman! Go! Wait!
Oh, shit. That's not what I intended to do. This is gonna be a little tricky. This is gonna be just a little tricky, because she's pretty strong, but she's not perfect. I know we can find an opening. Cool.
Let's take a break.
No, we're not taking a break at this point, Diana. Alright, so Shockwave Gun is going to be pretty good. Code Generator, I think, might be... Code Generator might actually be the goated way of actually getting through... Like, because she's going to have all this corrupted nonsense on her, and some of those... You already took a piss break? Exactly. Alright, so we're going to keep the geek code. Make the next hack deal critical and make it easier to stagger. That's good. And then we're gonna go freeze. And then for this one, stasis net and code generator. Alrighty. Actually, I'm gonna change you from... Let's see, so Pulse Carbine gives us only 17 damage, but the stagger rate is much higher. Hitting will significantly increase heat beat up. I wish we had, like, other kinds of weapons. Rather than just, because we got the grip gun, and then we got the pulse carbine, but that's it. But it looks like, you know, this with the heat build up is the unique part. Oh, would you look at that? My phone went updated on its own. How do you have an emote for everything I say? Blue has been around, or actually not Blue, sorry. Terry has been around for a long while, and... Oh, would you look at that? Terry just has on their own channel the fridge, which is kind of funny. Combust mode, boost mode. And then, all right, let's have a look at some of our mods. Increase the use speed of repair. We need that. Starts a period of slowdown. Enemy heat fills 10%, causing to be down more quickly. All right, let's change this. Get rid of that precision shot. Collateral damage won't help us. And, all right, so for attacks, increase weapon to hit weak points. That might be a good one. Well, airborne, the last of non-primaries. Let's go with the target weakness. Stays for 15, increased duration. Ready your weapon to small amount of non-auto hacking. When you're extends fast moves timing window by 20%. Yeah, let's go for that one. All right, let's give this a try. 5 minutes of no shirt isn't long enough. I think it's long enough. I have to be the one that has to take off and put back on the shirt. And I'm pretty sure I can just make it so that it's a bit redeemed to try and encourage more bit usage, but, you know.
I never thought 8 could fight back with
I think 5 minutes is good enough.
Keep your cool, Diana. Don't let her get in your head.
Don't worry. I think I'm figuring her attacks out.
That's good. That's good. Okay.
No matter what.
Interesting.
Getting close.
I won't let you paint the world black.
Yeah.
Leave the shooting to me.
Cleansing. Target primed for hatching.
Damn, not again.
Hold on, Hugh. I'll see what I can do. Freeze!
There we go.
Be careful!
Oh, okay, the impact barriers are not gonna help.
Your purpose. Be careful. Time for a cleanup.
Oh, crap.
I got him. Hugh, watch out. Defenses are down. Overdrive protocol at the ready. Your purpose is wrong. Yeah.
There we go.
Damn, not again.
Hold on, Hugh. I'll see what I can do. Counterhack bypass. Hugh. I got him. Hugh, watch out. Let's finish this.
Time to help people fight GOG. Oh, that's...
Take this.
Alright, so I need to get rid of the weird crown on her head.
This is the end. I will erase you from existence.
No second guessing, Diana. Just do it.
Take this.
It's not her wrong.
That's it. Abandoned. Nonsense. You have no purpose.
You pull its mouth right off.
Move, Hugh. I will stop her.
I will fight for your
Could you not, please?
Man, that's fast.
There we go. Oh boy.
Getting close. Ah! Hugh, watch out.
Oh, god damn you. I can barely focus. Oh boy.
Hugh, watch out!
These bullets bounce right off.
That filament, go! Wait!
I wouldn't understand.
Ow.
Check. Take this.
Oh my gosh, I nearly died so many times. Neither should you.
Make me stronger.
Oh god, do I not have... Oh shit. I thought I could drink something at this point, but I can't. Okay, maybe now I can. And I lost the cap. Well, I'm gonna be having to drink this entire bottle. Ah.
Tell them.
Ah.
Tell them all. The earth must know his pain, his suffering, his final days. I must tell them.
Why must children have the sins of the father?
Transport's at the top of the tower.
You could just leave it off. That's always an option.
Diana. There we go.
Maybe I'll make that like a unique redeem or something like that. I know there's like another streamer that has like enough peeps where they'll be like, oh yeah, we'll just do Topless Tuesday or something like that. But I can't do Topless Tuesday because Tuesday is for trivia night. And I have to wear a shirt when going to trivia night.
Diana. You okay?
Oh.
Yeah. I couldn't save her, but at least we got to talk.
I'm sorry. I know it's hard, but we can't slow down. There should be a transport for us at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And go to Earth?
Yeah. Oh.
But time's not on our side.
Oh, he's got stabbed earlier.
We'll be alright.
Like, way, way back when they first betrayed us.
We're back on Earth.
What I'm gonna do?
So, yeah, I forgot.
Or you want to do some bird watching?
I wanna
He's got, like, the thingy-majiggy in him that's, like, eating away, so, like... Yeah, the dead filament got into him, like, way earlier, so... Yeah.
Hey, Hugh? Why do you decide to take me with you?
Oh. That's not good.
Now what?
Oh. What in the actual fuck is that?
But without 8?
It's out of control. We can't leave it like this. It can follow us to Earth.
Look, a giant gun. Alrighty.
Look, Diana, I was a lot like you. A thirst for life and all its mysteries. And boy, I had a few bumps along the way.
Alrighty, alrighty.
I had someone looking out for me. And now it's your turn.
Oh, that's a big fuck off gun.
if you're ready.
Okay, then let's go. Together.
Oh, this is cool! Hell yeah! It's just like Warframe.
If it catches us, we're done for. So enough BS. Let's finish this.
Maybe this cannon will do the trick. I'll charge it up, Q. You get ready to shoot.
We ready yet?
No, a little more to go. Ready, shoot!
Yeah! Hell yeah!
Yes!
We gotta reload.
Something's coming! Stop, Q!
This is insane!
That was a close one! Here it comes! I'm charging! Now, shoot!
Yeah!
Wow! Nice shot!
This isn't over yet.
Watch out! It's doing something!
Uh-oh.
Diana, you okay?
Yeah! I'll try to protect us!
Good, good, good. That's good.
Shoot now!
Get lost!
Yeah!
You!
Uh-oh. Oh, we're really far away from the moon now.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm alright. But I could have been way worse.
Incoming!
Alright, here we go, here we go. Where are we aiming?
Get some!
Get some! Holy shit, how tall is this tower? I didn't think it was that tall.
Getting close to the shuttle. This isn't working.
Let me try something.
Uh-oh.
Optimizing hacking matrix. Initiate!
Oh, Jesus, okay. Where are we?
I did it, Q!
There we are! Nice, nice, nice.
Hang on! Damn! The shuttle! No!
We still gotta stop it.
This will work. No! Not like this!
Let me try. 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0.
Yeah! Hell yeah. Overcharge!
Here we go!
Yeah! Fucking awesome! Hell yeah, Capcom! Good work. Oh no! No! Reach out! Get to her! Reach!
You're still with us?
Yeah. Just put a bit too much into it there.
Oh, okay. Alright.
But I'm fine now.
That's good. That's good.
Are you okay?
Don't worry. I made a promise, right? Better yet,
Yep.
once we're back on Earth, you can walk for yourself.
Hey, I can walk.
You sure?
I do it all the time. Here, look. I'm walking perfectly fine.
You'll be back on me in no time.
That's not true.
Oh, what a child.
Can't rely on me forever, you know?
Please don't let this be his final moments.
I'll do whatever it takes to get you back to Earth.
Oh.
No matter what.
Ew! There's a cargo ship!
Really?
Let's see. Yep, there's a ship.
Can we go to Earth in that?
Yeah. Might just pull this off. Diana,
What, Hugh?
thanks.
No problem.
Oh. Oh, she doesn't know yet, does she? Oh, this is... Oh my god, that is a tiny cargo ship.
We're going to Earth?
Freighter, cargo only. Not for human use. Okay. Oh.
Tight fit. But it'll do.
What about you?
Explosions messed everything up. Full automation's not an option. Gotta push it to the end of the rail. Hang tight.
Oh my god, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt so much.
Hugh? Is everything all right?
Yeah. It's a heavy bugger.
I want to help.
Stay put. It's too risky.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay, cool. So she's...
Let me hack it.
No need. Just gotta give it a bit of the old elbow grease.
She just wants to help. Insufficient energy. Aww. Have a look. And there's Madagascar.
Time to bring it in.
Oh no, Hugh isn't even gonna be there for the trip.
Hugh?
I thought he would I thought he would at least like, you know, sort of just held on or something like that, but he's probably just not even gonna.
Bad news. This is where we say goodbye.
No.
Sorry, Squirt.
No! I want to stay with you!
It's okay. Gonna be okay.
Damn it.
Go find this thing.
No, wait!
Have a safe journey, kiddo.
Oh man, like. Diana better fucking survive after all this.
Do you remember the reason that we walked along? The place that you promised me you'd take me one day.
Cho Young-hee. Fuck you, Cho! I wanted you to survive till the end.
But you taught me how beautiful our life is.
Gimmick artists, leads. Mikia Domatsu. So we got motion copywriters, manager, actors.
The gift that you gave me that day.
God damn it.
Since then, when I see a globe, it reminds me of my sweet home. No man.
I'm trying to figure out whether, like, it's safe to skip the credits and it will get me the post-credit scene, or if I have to go through the credits because the post-credit scenes are within the credits.
It makes me feel so lonely. You fill my
Managing programmers, security engineers, QA support. One QA support? Seriously? ECC tool managers. Localization. English localization by William Jackson Leverton and William Moore. God damn, they had a lot of localization leads. They were ready to have this working anywhere. David Menken for Hugh Williams. Grace Seif for Diana. Laura Howen Chin. Mio Tanaka. Yang Jizi. Cho.
into the dark, and that day melts through.
Serge and Sonia. Ruguro. God damn, they had like all kinds of VAs for all the different languages, didn't they? Frankly, impressive. Like, good on you, Capcom. And it's kind of curious, like, amazing that there isn't really that many different, like, voices that they needed to get. Granted, it looks like there was a lot of double ups once they got to some of the later VA languages.
But it was broken without
I'm hoping there's a post-credit scene. Oh, now we get to Capcom's offices. Intellectual departments. Ugh. CS system development. Video content. Ah, here's the quality control department. Okay, that's a few more QA peeps. That's good. That's good. External partner relations. Character license? What the fuck you mean character license? They're all original characters in here. I'm really hoping there's something for Diana. Why Enid? What do you mean, why Enid? Enid. Just because you say Enid again doesn't make sense to me. Square Enix. Oh, why? Why? This wasn't Square Enix. This was Capcom. As far as yeah, Minimum Studios, Redorka, Shirogumi Inc. There is no Square Enix here, so I'm not seeing a Square Enix. 8082 Music Design, Creative Factory, Arc 1, Native, Lynx Energy. Powered by Adobe Stock, WYs, the Decal Master, Quixel Mega Scans. I should have a look at Quixel. So yeah, this was done by Capcom. Completely different company, Danny. Capcom's these are the peeps that do the Resident Evil and the Monster Hunters. Completely different vibes. Yes, Capcom, I see the font. Okay, alright. Did she make it? The beach looks very similar to the beach we were in before. I regret my guts now. It's okay. So, pod's open at the very least. Had a little walk around. Aww. And there's the moon. She might be on Madagascar.
I'm ready.
Oh boy. Yay, and we got an achievement for completing the story. Congratulations on completing the story. You can now create completed save data. Carry your completed save data into New Game Plus to reset the story in an enhanced state or begin a new game mode. Unknown signal. Yay. Did it. Ooh, Q's Astro Classic Type B and Diana's Pink Pop are now unlocked. They can be worn in all game modes. The Jackhammer is now unlocked. It will now appear in your unit printer and begin printed and upgraded in the game. New Game Plus. Carry over parts of your completed save data and start the story from the beginning in enhanced state. The Lunatic difficulty is now unlocked. This high-stakes difficulty is for players who want a sense of catharsis after overcoming difficult challenge. Enemies will be much stronger, and a variety of units can be printed from the start of the game. Completing the story also unlocks new weapon functions. Unknown Signal mode is now unlocked. This mode adds new content to your save data just before completing the game. Overcome new challenges to earn special rewards like weapons and outfits. Holy shit. Are you fucking kidding me? This mode uses your completed save and adds new content just before the final battle. Overcome challenges in a new sector to earn special rewards. What in the actual fuck? Unknown Signal. Like, okay. What does that look like?
Alert! Alert! We've detected an unregistered crew member. Would you investigate on our behalf?
Easy there, Cabin. Just tell us where they are.
The hidden chamber.
The what? Serious? They just... This is like Monster Hunter where they're like, hey, we're just gonna do a new area after completing the game. Like, are you kidding me?
Now I'm ready to go.
You and me both. Let's hit it.
Hidden chamber. Okay. High rank question mark? Who knows? Okay, high rank I would consider not like a secret mode in Monster Hunter, but I get what you're talking about.
What is this place?
What in the
So you must be our unregistered friend.
Oh my god, this is Kingdom Hearts bosses.
This hidden chamber on behalf of its original architect. It was their wish.
This isn't high rank.
Greatest creation to one who has completely mastered the cradle.
This is Kingdom Hearts, like, bosses.
Our most difficult trials. Decode all of our encrypted SIM pods and receive their reward.
Holy shit. Complete every to access a secret room. Oh my god. Okay, how bad is this gonna be? Alright, what's this? Armor break. Master your new weapon. Reach target area. Holy shit. Reach the target area. Oh. Jackhammer. A hard-hitting melee attack unit with limited range. Deals high damage even when the target is not in an open state. Time an additional attack when the enemy flashes to perform an extra hit. Ooh. Okay.
No hacks required, just pure damage. Look out! My hacking won't work.
Damn it. Fuck.
Got me.
Oh, shit. Oh, no. There we go. Fix you. Get back to you.
Thanks.
We gotta stop the jammer first.
There we go.
Get ready.
I owe you one.
Shoot now.
Leave the shooting to me. It's over.
There we go. I just need to time that just a little bit better. Hang on a sec. Let me grab the jackhammer again.
Power. Just don't miss.
Yeah, I won't miss. I won't miss. Interestingly enough, there isn't additional challenges other than just getting through this area. And apparently that was the easy part of the area. Let's go with you. Nice, nice, nice.
Break it, shield. Don't go inside the circle.
Yes!
Careful.
That was cool.
Target prime for hatching.
Take this.
Bonk. There we go.
I got him. Defenses are down. Get ready.
There we go.
Take this.
Okay, so far the challenges are not the worst. They're not, like, doing extra bad, and... There we go. Cool. Heals. Heals is good. Alright, I need to put some practice into this jackhammer thing. Dunk. Thank you.
Getting close. There's a score.
I'll take care of it.
Arms incoming.
This is some BS.
The corruption's back.
Cleanse it for me, will ya?
Watch out for that stuff. Be careful. We need to. Cleansing. Wait till I'm ready. The corruption's back.
Cleanse it for me, will ya?
There's a score.
All right. That's one core down.
Keep it up, Hugh. I'm still on cooldown. Arms incoming.
This is some BS. It's on. Take this.
There we go.
There's a score.
I'll take care of it. Guess that's that.
This'll fix your suit
Nice. Okay, so it's not as... Successful hacking instantly reloads your primary weapon. Okay, that's kind of cool. And then... Shelter license key. Nice.
These are so fun to collect.
Holy shit. That was cool. God damn, Capcom does a lot of, like, post-game work.
Tram travel to other sectors is now available.
You can now travel to any sector using the tram in the hidden chamber. Raise your sector progress, upgrade your equipment, fight enhanced versions of previously defeated bosses.
Pop the pods and blast through their sims?
Yeah. Looks like each sim pod needs something different to open.
Okay. Defeat the enhanced sector guard in the solar power plant. Okay. Okay, let's give this a try. Let's see what this is like.
Hacking potential increased.
Guess that's that.
There. Look out for targeting sensors.
Oh, there we go.
I got him.
Leave the shooting to me.
Shoot it first, please, you.
Oh, this is...
We did it.
If I can do the hacking, like, reliably enough, then, like, this gun, I can just be, like, you know, like, hot firing it the entire time, raising the heat gauge and what have you. I just need to, like, learn to, like, you know... There we go. There's the Mark II.
We can keep things at just angry. Or take
Shoot now.
Oh, crap.
Here it comes again.
Come on, enough already.
Here it comes.
Time to dance. You're going down.
Targeting again.
Stubborn hunk of junk.
Get ready. Stay away from the red circle.
Ah! He doesn't stay open for long, does he? He doesn't stay open for long, does he? That's tough. Damn, okay. Alrighty, Capcom.
Want to check your gear?
You're back. What did you find?
Nothing you need to be worried about.
Oh, thank you. Then, let us get back to business. We've removed the limiters on your weapons. Feel free to upgrade them as you like.
Oh, cool. I only have like one upgrade thing, however, so... It's like, oh, we removed the Oh, they're talking about like on... Not on this. They're talking about on this, aren't they? Yep. So the jack... So yeah, so this one can be extended to the 8th level, which requires way, way more. And if we want, we can create the jackhammer. Which, you know, cool little add-on. Dead Rising. Okay, so this is more like Dead Rising then, is it, Blue? Cool. Update?
Our stamp board selection has recently improved.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so cute. Q's Shadow Walker outfit will be added.
Splendid.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
The new you.
And then there's all... So we have like 1, 2, 3... 3 training simulations we could do to try and...
Satisfaction level maximum. Glad we could be of assistance.
All good, all good. Oh, that looks freaky. That is freaky and a half. Oh boy. I like Heavy Lifter personally. And then... These are some real cool outfits, but by God, is it going to be a pain and a half trying to get through them all. So yeah, so complete all stim pods. So we completed a save. But yeah, I'm gonna call the stream here. Goodness gracious. I never recognize how far Capcom's gonna go with their games. That is some crazy, like, post-game stuff to do and such. I'm not normally one, though, however, to be doing, you know, post-game stuff. I already have more than enough on my plate with all the other games that I have not played. I have not yet finished BioShock Infinite. I haven't gone through previous Final Fantasy games. I need to find a way to play Metal Gear Solid 4 at some point in the future. There is so much that I need to go through in a backlog and what have you. I need to find the time to play more Diablo with Code and Velk. I won't be able to play with Velk on the Sunday morning because Velk will be in the hospital. Best wishes to Velk on that, but me and Code will be, you know, playing some Diablos come Sunday morning, which should be good. But yeah, I am gonna go and end the stream here, and let's go for Thy Corgi King. What are they doing right now? They're doing some just chatting? They've been at it for like the last 3 hours. What are they doing? What's their chat saying? Grown to technical name is a pluck is the sound of a pluck. Short note is I don't know what they're doing, but I don't know if they're like, you know, finishing up or going into the next thing. So let's scroll down and let's have a look at another streamer. Brum, 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 bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Let's go for someone similar size or smaller. Anyone in my queue? You know what? I have not raided into... Yeah, I've not raided into Scribbly Noodle in a long while. What is it? Alright, it looks like they're playing some weird, like, crossword game, so... We're gonna go raid into them, then. If you are subscribed, you are welcome to use the emotes that I am using. If you're not, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes you want that are appropriate for our himbo raid. I will be back online Sunday morning with Code the Yoshi. Be aware that my normal, 8 a.m. start isn't happening on Sunday. It's going to be 9 a.m. So it's going to be an hour later than normal. But otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream as we got through the last of Pragmata. I greatly appreciate it. Amazing game. Highly recommend people play it and what have you. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. I have my own business to deal with on the weekend, and hopefully I shall see you Sunday morning. Otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Bye-bye.